Lifters have 60 seconds once the bar is loaded to get set up, get under the bar, and receive the command to begin the lift. During the squat, lifters need to start with their knees locked and listen for a squat command before beginning the squat. Any movement or wiggling around to get in position is totally acceptable until they receive that squat command. Once they receive the command, they need to descend until the top surface of their legs at the hip is lower than the top of the knees. After that, the rest is simple. Simply stand up with the weight to completion, making sure the knees are locked and you're motionless before receiving the rack command. There are a few common causes for a missed lift. One of the most common is that the lifter didn't squat deep enough. This is a red card. Or they started or finished the squat but their knees were still bent. This is a blue card. The other blue card is for beginning the ascent and double bouncing or descending a second time before completing the lift. Everything else is a yellow card, including losing balance and taking a step, racking the bar too early before receiving the rack command while beginning the squat too early, or intentionally using their elbows to leverage off their legs. Now you know the rules of the squat.
right, Lottie coming in with a 75-kilogram squat. Great walkout. Settles into the bar, gets a start command. Really consistent speed across the board on her squat. Great control. Judges say 3 white lights. Lift is good. All right, Kelly gets the start command. Comes right back out of the hole. Great speed on that 90-kilo squat. 3 white lights. Lift is good. Judy is coming up next. Christy Rice coming up next. 97.5 kilos being loaded onto the bar. 214.95 pounds. Christy Rice down, back up. Judges say 3 white lights. Lift is good. Michelle coming in with 105 kilos on the bar. All right, a little bit of a struggle there for Michelle. Let's see what the judges have to say. 2-1, good lift. Now, a lifter can have 2 white lights and 1 red light, still get a lift. You only need a 66% to complete a lift, unlike high school, where I needed a 70%. All right, Megan. 2-to-1, no lift. Just like you can have 2 white lights and 1 red, you can have 2 red lights, 1 white, and not get the lift. All right, back to Faith O'Reilly. 32.5 kilos being loaded onto the bar. Down and up. Let's see what the judges have to say. No lift. Not quite there on deck. All right, Michelle coming in with 60 kilos on the bar. All right, Michelle gets a good lift. All right, we got a big old smile right there for 3 white lights. Monica Wall coming up next with 65 kilos being loaded onto the bar. All right, Monica there with a super wide stance on her squat. 2-to-1, not quite there on depth. So one risk that you run into when it comes to a really wide squat stance is it does cut your depth just a little bit for some people, meaning that it's harder for them to hit depth. Lottie Looney. Lottie, yeah, Looney I think is correct on that one. She was very, very, very controlled the entire way through her first attempts. Let's see if this carries on to seconds. All right, perfection. Kelly Matthews coming in. 95 kilos being loaded onto the bar for Kelly Matthews. All right, the judges say lift is good. All right, Judith Judy Drenth coming up next. 100 kilos being loaded on the bar, 220 pounds. The arms are being moved in. All right, Christy Rice coming in with 225.97 pounds, being loaded onto the bar, 102.5 kilograms. All right, Christy Rice. Big ol' smile on Christy's face. Good brace, grasps the bar firmly. Settles. A little bit of a dance settle right there. Could waste a little bit of energy. But down, up, good grind. I'd guess that she's probably got another 5 to 7.5 kilos on that. I'd probably say 5 would be a safe one on that jump, bare minimum. Megan Valentine squatting 105 kilos, 231.49 pounds. Megan, 2-1, no lift. She's looking at her side judges to see what they're going to tell her what's wrong with that one. That's one thing that as an athlete you need to be comfortable doing, is asking where you went wrong so you can correct it next time on your lift. Now, if one judge sees a depth issue on one side, the other judge might not see it. Your hips aren't built exactly the same. So one judge might see that you are on depth on one side, however, the other side might not have been there. Two to one, good lift. Back to start of flight. First attempt, sorry, third attempt back, bouncing back and forth between two platforms here, everybody, so I apologize. With Faith O'Reilly at 32.5 kilos being loaded onto the down. Looks like there might have been a little dip there for Faith. Not quite there for Faith, moving on to Monica Wall. All right, Monica, that same wide stance. Right side looks like it was deep enough. Left side, let's see what the judges have to say. 2-1, good lift. Absolutely ecstatic about that one. All right, Alicia Sherman coming up next with 97.5 kilos being loaded onto the bar. Not quite there. Good attempt, though. Lottie coming in with 80 kilograms being loaded onto the bar. All right, Lottie Looney coming in is going to be really exciting. Really pumped to see this. Lottie Looney coming in with 80 kilos on the bar. Really solid walkout. Almost looks easier than her second walkout. And let's see what the judges have to say on this squat right here. Good brace. Almost positive at the bottom for dramatic effect. Really solid grind all the way up through that. Incredible textbook third attempt squat. You might not have even been able to add a feather onto that. Really good fight. Kelly Matthews coming. All right, bar is loaded. All right, getting underneath the bar, getting a good brace in their feet placed. Great pick for Kelly. All right, Kelly gets the start command. Not quite there for Kelly. Judith, Judy Drenth coming in, 105 kilos being loaded onto the bar. 231.49 pounds. Our spotters and loaders are doing a phenomenal job of making sure that there's a ton of speed going on right now to make sure that our lifters get through everything they're wanting to do. All right, Judith. 3 white lights. Moving on to Megan, 105 kilos, staying on the bar. Megan Valentine coming in with third attempt squats. Really flying through these attempts right now. Ooh, great fight. Good lift. All right, waiting for Christy to come up to the platform. Christy is doing a phenomenal job of walking out and making sure that she's ready to go. Down, really good fight on that one. Big ol' smile. All right, really good walkout for Nancy and her donut belt. All right, good fight for Michelle right there. Big grin from her on that one. 2-1, good lift. Love the excitement. All right, we are done with Flight 1 on this platform. Moving on to Flight 2 of squats. Gonna open up with Angela. All right, Angela, let's go. Rhonda coming in. Opening up at 50 kilos. Rhonda coming in on this opening attempt. Down, up, absolutely slammed that down. Let's see what the judges have to say. 3 white lights lift is good. right, Bridget Weaver, opening at 70 kilograms on the bar, 154.32 pounds. All right, Leslie coming in with 80 kilos being loaded onto the bar. Leslie coming in. Great brace with her pink belt. Down, right back up. Really quick and pristine. Judges say 3 white lights, lift is good. All right, Leslie down, up. A little bit of a struggle right there in the middle, but is staying patient at the very top. Judges say 3 white lights, lift is good. Amanda opening up at 102.5 kilos, 225.97 pounds. All right, Amanda, great fight on that one. Judges say no good on that. Kathy coming in at 112.5 kilos, 248.02 pounds. All right, Kathy, 248 pounds on an opener. Really, really controlled with that walkout. Started off with an incredibly narrow stance pick. There's nothing wrong with that. Wow. That was, I think, the fastest I've ever seen a squat go down and come right back up. That was incredible. 3 white lights, lift is good. Francis opening at 120 kilos, 264.55 pounds. All right, getting underneath the bar for Francis, getting a good pick on. Brenna coming in with 122.5 kilos being loaded onto the bar, 270 pounds. Brenna is approaching the bar meticulously. And the lift is not quite there. Angela coming in to start second attempts. All right, Angela getting underneath the bar in her baby blue A7 singlet. Going full raw here, no knee sleeves. You love it. A little bit of a pause there at the very bottom, almost like she was searching for depth. 2-1, she found it. Rhonda coming in on the second attempt. Rhonda is the opposite of what we just saw. She is using knee sleeves, wrist wraps, and a belt. So lifters in the raw category are able to utilize wrist wraps. They are able to utilize a belt, knee sleeves, and heeled shoes. Really, really deep on that squat right there, Rhonda. So the reason why they're able to use that is to help them get a little bit more out of their squat. The belt helps you brace into it, keeping your back a little bit safer as well. The wrist straps, I've personally found, help keep my wrist nice and aligned, and the knee sleeves may or may not add weight, depending on who you ask, but they do keep your knees warm. Bridget Weaver coming in with 72.5 kilos on the bar. Now, one thing to note is the wrist straps aren't necessarily going to add too much poundage onto your squat. What they're there to do, at least from what I've experienced personally, is they make my wrists feel a little bit more comfortable. They let me get into the right position, holding onto the bar, which does, again, make sure that when I squat, everything is in line and ready to go. Great fight on this one, Bridget. 3 white lights for Bridget. Lift is good. You love to see it when a lifter gets a squat. Leslie, second attempt at 87.5 kilos on the bar. Big brace. Down, up, hits a spot, then changes her squat position just a little bit. 3 white lights, lift is good. Lift is good. Platform is being loaded and made ready for Amanda to come in on the second attempt. All right, great pick for Amanda. Kathy coming in with a second attempt at 120 kilos being loaded onto the bar. All right, platform is ready for Kathy. Kathy, again, really narrow stance, but really controlled pick. Love it. All right. Lift is good for Kathy. Brenna coming in with her second attempt as they move the arms out on the Brenna Heritage, 122.5 kilos, is ready and waiting for you. Brenna, really controlled on that one. 3 white lights, lift is good. Francis Angeli, 127.5 kilos being loaded onto the bar for the second attempt. Moving the arms back in, making sure that everything is tight and ready to go. Francis getting a hold of the bar, making sure it knows what's what. All right, Francis going with a really controlled pick. Again, it's interesting to see that she has such a wide grip considering that she asked that the uprights be moved in. I'd be afraid of pinching my fingers between the bar and the rack, which I've done before on just regular squat racks, not even something this narrow. Gets a squat command. All right, down, up, leans a little bit to her left side. Almost looks like there might have been a little bit of an uneven lockout where her right leg locked out before her left. But she gets the squat. The squat is good. Angela, starting third attempt squats with 121.25 pounds on the bar. We are absolutely flying through the day. All right, Angela, let's go. Again, a little bit hesitant right there on that squat. Not quite there. Rhonda, third attempt, 62.5 kilos on the bar. The platform is not ready for this squat. Good fight for Rhonda. Good grunt of exertion right there. 3 white lights, lift is good. Bridget Weaver coming in with 82.5 kilos on the bar. 181.88 pounds. Bridget getting underneath the bar. All right, Bridget. Great brace. Down. Hits the hole a little hard. Almost turns this into a good morning. Judges say 3 white lights, lift is good. Big old smile right there. Leslie Maltby coming in with 92.5 kilos on the bar. All right, in comes Leslie for this third attempt. All right, Leslie. Down, up again. Hip shot up just a little bit on this squat, but she is fighting for her life on this one. Absolutely incredible. You'll love to see it. The judges say 2-1. Good lift. All right. Loading 102.5 kilos. Laisa Austin coming in. All right, great pick. Just absolutely consistent all the way through on that squat. There wasn't really a spot where it was slower than any others. 3 white lights, lift is good. Amanda coming in, 242 on the bar. All right, judges say lift is good. Kathy coming in for this third attempt. All right, Kathy. Wow. That was fast. Kathy is speed today. She is absolute speed with those 3 white lights. A little bit of a hand raise. Love it. We like to give for watching depth is when you train by yourself, record yourself from multiple different angles so you can see if your hips are in the right spot. All right, Brenna Harridge coming up next, 130 kilograms being loaded onto the bar. Now what we mean by multiple spots is one from the front, one from the side. Make sure you're not too high or too low. That'll give you a really true view of where you're at. All right, good brace for Brenna. Gets a start command. Down, fighting for it. Good speed on that. All right, Francis coming in with a national record attempt. All right, making sure that our lifters and spotters and loaders and judges are ready for a national record attempt. All right, Francis has actually been pretty dominant on her squat so far. All right, Francis coming in for this national record attempt. Pick was a little challenging on that one. You could tell that it was a little bit heavier than she was expecting it to be. Good brace, down. Fights for it. Waits, is patient. Let's see what the judges have to say. It looks like there might have been a little bit of up and down motion on the bar. Yeah, 2-1, that's kind of what I thought. Really good fight. I think if she cleans it up, shit's definitely there next time. Julianne coming in next. Julianne Ash. All right, moving on to first attempts for this next round. Julianne Ash is a 72-year-old masters lifter coming in to show dominance right here. Love the walk up. All right, Julianne. Pauses at the bottom to show dominance. 2-1, good lift. Carolyn Adams coming in with 148.81 pounds on the bar. All right, Carolyn. Great brace. Let's see. Great lift right there. All right, Elizabeth coming in with 75 kilos, 165.35 pounds, loaded onto the bar. And we have Elizabeth coming in with 75 kilos on the bar. Elizabeth, the judges tell you that that is a great lift. Christine Bush coming in with 95 kilos on the bar. All right, Christine is ready. Is the bar ready for Christine, though? It's the real question. Christine. 2-1, good lift. Wendy coming in with 97.5 kilos on this opener. Wendy, good job on the way down. Quick on the way up. Let's see what the judges have to say. 3 white lights, lift is good. Tony coming in with 97.5 kilos on the bar. Tony, absolutely decimating that squat, showing it who's boss. 3 white lights, lift is good. Kelly Swanson coming up with this 105 kilos on the bar. All right, Kelly Swanson coming in with 105 kilos on the bar. All right, Kelly Swanson down, up. Again, all of our squatters today are looking like Pistons. However, not quite there on depth. She can try it again. Just needs to be a little bit more confident. Sink it down just a titch. Gail coming in with 130 kilos on the bar. Gail coming in with 130 kilos. The platform is ready for you, Gail. So one thing to note is all lifters have 1 minute from the time that the bar is loaded to get under the bar and to get ready to go. Quick pick. All right, gets the start command. Using her time effectively on that one. Really low bar. Scared me for a second. Thought it was going to pop off. But they did say 3 white lights, lift is good. All right, Julianne Ash coming in with a state record attempt for the second attempt. This has been a record that's been standing since 1969. So, Julianne, let's get this. Really control on the way down. Pauses again, comes right back up. Boom, we just saw a record that was standing since 1969 just get absolutely blown out of the water. Carolyn Adams coming in with 72.5 kilos on the bar. All right, Carolyn Adams. Good walkout. Carolyn Adams gets that squat going. 3 white lights, super easy. Coming back with Elizabeth. All right, Elizabeth, good walkout on that one. All right, 2-1, good lift. Christine Bush coming in with 100 kilograms being loaded onto the bar, 220.46 pounds. Now, everyone who is watching this live stream, if you didn't know, there is a second platform if you want to throw that one up as well. There's a lot of exciting lifts going on today. We just had a 314-pound squat attempt for the ladies. Incredible to see. All right, Christine, second attempts, flying through these, getting underneath the bar. Solid pick. Short, efficient walkout. It's probably the thing that I love the most. All right, good lift. Wendy coming in with 225.97 pounds being loaded onto the bar. All right, Wendy Cloud, 225.97 pounds, getting underneath that bar, getting comfortable. And she's actually wearing all black and I believe army green. Now, one thing that Wendy might want to think about before next time that she uses these racks, not necessarily today, is lowering the rack height by 1. Notice that there was a little bit of a struggle to pick that out. Nothing inherently wrong with that, but you want to have as efficient as of a walkout as possible and as repeatable as possible. The heavier that your weights get, sometimes a little bit lower that you sink than what you would normally do in a squat. All right, Kelly Swanson, 105 kilos on the bar. All right, Tony coming in with 237 pounds on the bar. Great squat there from Tony. Gail coming in with his second attempt, 137.5 kilos on the bar, 303.14 for the second attempt. Really clean walkout on this one. She made it to the platform just a little bit quicker this time around. Drops it down super far, comes right back up. Judges say 3 white lights, lift is good. Julianne coming in with 55 kilos on the second attempt. Third attempt. Might have been a little dip there on that squat. Let's see what the judges have to say. 2-to-1 lift is good. Carolyn Adams, 77.5 kilos on the bar. All right, Carolyn Adams. Really, really, really good pick. Great walkout. A little bit of a struggle, but she definitely had more in there. Elizabeth, going for her third attempt squat at 187.39 pounds. Fights her way back up. Her knees were trying to give her a round of applause, but she rotated them back out. Judges say 2-to-1, good lift. Wendy coming in, 105 kilos being loaded onto the bar, 231.49 pounds. Good walkout for Wendy. Great fight for her as well. Lift is good. Christine Bush coming in next with his third attempt squat. Christine Bush coming in, 105 kilos on the bar. Now, Christine's been doing a phenomenal job on her squats today. Down, up. Let's see what the judges have to say on that one. Again, from the angle that we're at, looks like it might have been just a little high. 2-to-1, good lift. Tony Hall, third attempt squat, 242.51 pounds. All right, 242 for Tony, and the judges say 3 white lights. Lift is good. Tony is rocking. All right, bar is ready and waiting. Setting up underneath the bar. Really, really effective pick. Great walkout. Wow. I blinked, but not quite there. Again, just a little bit more confidence in your squat. Getting a little bit deeper is usually helpful. Gale on this third attempt, 319 pounds being loaded onto the bar. This is absolutely awesome to see. I love the way that the sport has grown over the last 5, 10 years. I've been a powerlifter for, again, about 10 years, and just the explosive growth that we've seen in that amount of time is great. 319 for a master's lifter is incredible. All right, Gail, settle yourself in. Down. Struggled, not quite there. She hasn't taken. Again, so with a lot of these lifters, one thing that really needs to be considered is how much of a struggle that attempt is. How much do you want to fight for it? If you want to fight for it really, really hard, you can. If not, you might want to save a little bit of your energy and make sure you communicate safely with your spotters. Hey, take this. But guys, thank you so much for watching squats. We're going to be moving on to bench here shortly. But until then, we'll see you in a few minutes.
Lifters have 60 seconds once the Lifters have 60 seconds once the bar is loaded to approach the bench, set up, unrack the bar, and wait for the start command. They can take a lift off in a spotting crew, or not, and they can also use bench blocks at various heights that raise their feet if their feet can't touch the ground. Each of 3 referees can give a white or a red light, and lifters need any 2 out of 3 white lights or better for a successful lift. Lifters have to keep their shoulders and butt in continuous contact with the bench pad, and their feet need to be flat on the floor. Once they unrack the bar and are motionless with locked elbows, they'll receive the start command to begin the bench press. They'll lower the bar down to their chest. As soon as the bar is motionless on their chest, they'll receive a press command, where they can fire the bar back up toward lockout. Once their elbows are locked and they're demonstrating control of the bar, they get one last command, a rack command, and the lift is done. The bench press is highly technical, and there are more reasons for a missed lift. A red card is given if the athlete never gets the bar down to their chest. Blue card is given if there is downward movement in the hole of the bar while they're trying to press the bar, or if they have bent elbows at the start or finish of the lift. Yellow card is given for heaving or sinking the bar after the press command, accidentally starting before the start command, pressing before the press command, or racking before the rack command. Yellow cards are also given if your butt comes off the bench, your feet come off the floor, or if you use your feet to anchor against the bench or bench supports. These are the rules of the bench press.
All right, Michelle coming up with 40 kilos being loaded onto the bar. This is 88.18 pounds. All right. Judy Drenth coming in with 55 kilos on the bar. All right, and the judges say 3 white lights. Good lift for Lottie. Kelly Matthews coming in with 65 kilos being loaded onto the bar. All right, so one thing that is important to note right now is a lot of our lifters are used to getting handoffs from other people. Today they're getting a handoff by somebody from our spotting and loading crew, so our lifters are being very precise with what they want. That's important. You want to make sure that you tell the, you know, person who's giving you a handoff exactly what you're looking for. If you're doing a 3-2-1 lift off, 1-2-3, how much, what percentage to kind of take off. It's all important. Now, Kelly is waiting for that bench command, pausing it on her chest. Really good pause. And comes right back up. Great rack. And the judges say 3 white lights, lift is good. So one thing to note is on the rack command, you want to make sure that you are holding it at the very top because there are some lifters who have the tendency to pop it right back up and launch it back into the rack. However, if you do not wait for that rack command, you're going to be running into issues of not getting the lift because you're not following the 3 commands on bench. Michelle Moe coming in with 67.5 kilos on the bar, 148.81 pounds. All right, lift is good for Michelle. Megan Valentine coming in with 72.5 kilos on the bar. Christy Rice, 90 kilos, being loaded onto the bar. All right, so one thing they're doing right now is bringing out some foot blocks for our lifters. Lifters are allowed to use foot blocks to make sure they can get up a little bit more and get their feet on the ground properly. And again, asking for a handoff right here, very important. So I know that I sometimes have issues reaching the floor on bench, and so these bench blocks would be incredibly nice for me. All right, good handoff for Christy. Settling in. Gets the start command. Good press. And that rack command is absolutely incredible. Great control. So the biggest thing about bench is having pristine, crisp control all the way around. You want to make sure that you are ready and waiting for the start command. Otherwise, you're going to be waiting up top for a little bit. You want to make sure that your pause is incredibly controlled because if there's still even a little bit of movement, they will hold you there for longer than what you think is necessary. If you don't think you're moving, but they see that you are, that's one big discrepancy that you can have. All right, and the judges say 3 white lights, lift is good. Good pause for Faith. A little bit of a dip, a little bit of a wiggle dip right there, taking it from her. She'll be able to come back and try that again on her third attempt. Not quite there. Good fight. Bar is loaded and ready for Monica. All right, good press command. Hits a little bit of a wall there, though. So one important part of the bench press is making sure that you don't only train your chest, but your triceps. Making sure that they both kick on properly in the right spots. So doing things like a really deep dumbbell bench or a cambered bar bench press to make sure that you get a little bit of an extra stroke on that range of motion will really help build your bench. And training properly, not just with a straight bar, is important to making sure that you can become the absolute best version of yourself as possible. That's one thing that we've kind of seen happen throughout the years of powerlifting is we've transitioned back and forth between utilizing, just straight barbell training to using dumbbells to doing a little bit more hypertrophy and building muscle. It's always good to see. All right, Michelle, good control on the way down. A little bit of a grind on the way up. Judy Drenth, 57.5 kilos being loaded onto the bar. Judy Drenth getting a handoff on this second attempt. Good control on that one. Really quick, really fast. Great job, Judy Drenth. Lottie Looney coming in with 62.5 kilos on the bar, 137.79 pounds. Lottie coming in next. Lottie Looney doing a self handoff right there with 62.5 kilos on the second attempt. Really long pause. Had to wait for it to be motionless at the very bottom, but gets it up at the very end. Lottie gets 3 white lights, good lift. Kelly Matthews coming up next, 67.5 kilos being loaded onto the bar. Kelly Matthews, 67.5 kilos being loaded onto the bar. Good handoff. Great control. Gets the start command. Presses it right back up. Michelle Moe over here. 70 kilos, 154.32 pounds. Michelle Moe gets that great lift. Moving on to Megan Valentine, 77.5 kilos on the bar. Megan Valentine coming in with 77.5 kilos on the bar, 170.86 pounds. Really quick on the way down. A little bit of a struggle there right off the chest, but eventually locks it out. Gets 3 white lights. Lift is good. Christie coming in with 92.5 pounds on the bar for this second attempt. And Christie getting that nice handoff right here. Really quick and controlled all the way through on that one. She already knew that she got it when she stood up. Love the confidence. All right, moving back to Faith for these third attempts. Faith going for 32.5 on this third attempt. All right, Faith controlled on the way down. Had to wait a little bit for that press command. Not quite there on that one. Good job to our spotters making sure that she stayed safe. All right. 37.5 is being loaded on to the bar next. All right, platform is ready. Ranelin. Good self handoff. She needed to put more weight on the bar. That was an opener at best, not a third attempt. And I think the judges are going to say, 2-1, not quite there. She beat the rack command. Again, patience is key. You need to practice how you're going to play and practice like the commands are going to take forever. That way, when they don't, you're already emotionally prepared. Not quite there. Michelle coming in with 50 kilos on the bar, 110.23 pounds being loaded and prepped. Michelle getting ready for her third attempt at 110. And by third attempt at 110, I mean this is attempt number 3. I believe this is her first time attempting 110 today. Really close grip on that bench press, but not quite there. Judith Judy Drenth. Dame Judy Drenth, as some might say. And by some, I mean absolutely nobody. But 62.5 kilos being loaded onto the bar. 137.79 pounds getting geared up and ready to rock. Lift is good. Lottie Looney coming up next. Lottie Looney coming in on this third with 65 kilos on the bar, 143.3 pounds. All right, getting a good position on this bench. Getting a handoff on this one this time around. Gets a start command right here. Control on the way down. Oh, not quite there for Lottie. Kelly Matthews coming in with 70 kilos on the bar for her third attempt. All right, good control on the way down. Kelly Matthews coming up with that bar. Waits for the rack command. Let's see what the judges have to say. 2-1, not quite there. All right, Michelle Moe coming in with 72.5 kilos on the bar. All right, Megan Valentine coming in with 82.5 kilos being loaded onto the bar, 181.88 pounds. Megan Valentine coming in with absolute authority on this third attempt, 181.88 pounds being loaded onto the bar. Fighting for this third attempt. Oh, let's lock out that right arm. Let's see what the judges have to say. Not quite there on that one. Christy Rice coming in next, 95 kilos being loaded onto the bar, 209.44 pounds. Christy Rice, the bar is about ready and waiting for you on this one with 95 kilos, 209.44 pounds. Gets Star Command, brings it down to her chest. A little bit slow, but did not look like a third attempt. Looked like there was a lot left. 2-1, good lift. Moving on to Rhonda. 27.5 kilos is about to be loaded onto the bar for this next flight. This first attempt of our next flight. 27.5 keys. 60.63 pounds. Rhonda opening up pretty easily over here with 60.63 pounds, getting set in, ready to go. Rhonda, good job. 3 white lights. Angela coming in next with 35 kilos on the bar, 77.16 pounds. All right, getting ready to get that bar out of the rack, making sure that we have an absolutely insane crisp lift over here. Good job on the way down. A little bit of a long pause, but pushes through those triceps to get a nice extension at the very top. Great bench press right there. Bridget coming in with 37.5 kilos on the bar. All right. Bridget Weaver coming in. Great control on the way down. And there was pristine control when she stopped right at her chest, which is why she got such a quick press command. Great control means that you get a faster commands. Leslie coming in with 37.5 kilos being loaded onto the bar. 82.67 pounds for Leslie right here. Down, up, controlled, pristine, lovely. Judges say 3 white lights lift is good. Good. All right, good press. Again, one thing that our masters lifters seem to have a great control on is the fact that they need to be precise with every single thing that they do to get the most out of their lifts. Precision is key when it comes to powerlifting. Powerlifting is not just a strength sport, it's a leverage sport. It is a strength sport. It is you're lifting, hoisting, moving weight. You need to be incredibly precise when you do it. Amanda, 57.5 kilos on the bar, 126.77 pounds. Waits for that start command, pulls it all the way down, explodes back up. That was a textbook first attempt. That was a textbook opener right there. 3 white lights, lift is beautiful. Brenna, waiting, ready, and prepared for a good bench. All right, good job on that re-rack right there. 3 white lights lift is good. Francis coming in next with 65 kilos being loaded onto the bar. Francis coming in with 65 kilos on the bar as well. 143.30 pounds. All right, Francis getting a nice controlled handoff, holds onto it, pulls it down to her chest. Let's see what the judges have to say. It looks like there might have been a little bit of a bounce right there, but they should give it to her. Yep, 3 white lights lift is good. Kathy coming in with 75 kilos right there. Kathy, 75 kilos on the bar, 165.35 pounds for this opening attempt. Very wide grip right here for Kathy. Rhonda coming in with 30 kilos on the bar. 66.14 pounds on this second attempt. All right, Rhonda coming in with 30 kilos on the bar. Down, controlled, up, easy, easy 2.5, 5 kilo jump right here. I'd probably say 2.5. Bench is one of those really special ones where your jump percentage is the reason why I'm saying 2.5. Typically, you want to see, between a 2.5 to 5% jump between attempts sometimes. Some people will be a little bit more aggressive, some people will be a little bit less. But you want to kind of play within those realms, especially if it's your first time to make some really smart attempt calls. Bridget coming in with 40 kilos on the bar, 88.18 pounds. Down. Fighting through those triceps. Great lift for Bridget. She doesn't skip accessory day. Judges say 3 white lights, lift is good. Angela coming in with the same weight on the bar. Angela coming in with her second attempt, 40 kilos on the bar, getting a handoff. Gets start command, down, right back, up. The judges are stalled there in the middle. I was being really hopeful, being a little too optimistic when I said right back up. Blinked. That's my bad. Leslie coming in with 42.5 kilos on the bar. All right, Leslie coming in with 42.5. Looks like her left arm went just a little bit lower than her right arm. Very interesting. Could just be a mechanical thing on the person. 3 white lights, lift is good. All right. Great job on the descent there. 55 kilos looking like lightweight over here. 3 white lights, lift is good. Amanda coming in with 62.5 kilos on the bar. As we kind of discussed earlier in the day when the rules were kind of going over on the bench, lifters need to make sure that their rear ends stay on the bench. They need to make sure that, there's not too much foot movement. They need to be really precise in following the command. So we haven't seen a lot of it happen today, but as we move on to third attempts, we will start to see some more form breakdown. gets the start command, not quite able to fight off the chest that explosively, gets stuck right there. It always sucks to see somebody kind of miss a second attempt. You can always come back on the third and try it again. The most important thing to remember about powerlifting is you need to make sure that you get at least one attempt on the board so your total can count. I've actually gone 6 for 6 on a day, and then I bombed out on all of my deadlifts, meaning that my total did not count for the day. So a lot of our lifters have made smart choices today, and so far so good. Every single one of them has gotten at least one attempt on squat and one attempt on bench. And again, that comes down to being in the game long enough to understand what calls to make and how to make them safely. All right. Good handoff and control. Pulls it down to her chest. Really great on that press. Pushes through the triceps. And the judges say, 3 white lights, lift is good. Francis coming in with 70 kilos onto the bar. 154 for this second attempt. Bar is loaded for Francis. Rocked in, ready to go. Locked in, locked out. Let's go, Francis. Francis coming in with 70 kilos on the bar. All right, good job pushing through the triceps right there. Good lift. Kathy coming in next with 80 kilos on the bar. Bar is loaded for Kathy. 80 kilos on the bar, 176.37 pounds. All right, 1 second, everybody. We're experiencing a little bit of technical difficulties. We're going to try to get this camera reset here shortly. All right, everyone, trying to get these technical difficulties figured out, so please be patient with us. Whole thing. Well, it's not even transitioned. Like, even if you go to anything else, none of the other media is working. Okay. Could you try to... Okay, okay. Looks like it's back up. Okay, so now we know. If that happens, try unplugging it and plugging it back in. Okay, sorry. All right, everyone, we are back, rocking and rolling, ready to go. Thank you so much for your patience. All right, third attempt here. 57.5 kilos being loaded onto the bar. Lift is good. Moving on to Amanda, 62.5 kilos being loaded onto the bar. Amanda getting 62.5 kilos on the bar, 137.79 pounds. Good handoff right here. Down. Ooh, elbows flared just a little bit, getting a little bit of that rowboat symptom going on. It looks like her hips might have also lifted on that. Not quite there. 3 reds, no lift. 67.5, 148.1 pounds. Getting ready to be benched. All right, Brenna is ready to bench on this third attempt, 148.81 pounds. All right, Brenna coming in with 67.5 kilos. Good control on the way down. Gonna have to fight through this one. Not quite there. Tells him to take it. That's okay though. Again, making smart calls is all about being a top tier powerlifter. Francis coming up next. Francis Angeli coming in next. 72.5 kilos on the bar. 159.83 pounds. All right, Francis getting a good handoff on this third attempt. Gets cut right on the chest there for Francis. Good fight, though. All right, Kathy. Third attempt at 80 kilos. All right, Kathy is coming in for this one. All right, Kathy coming in with 176.37 pounds on this third attempt. Oh, not quite there. 3 red lights. Gonna come back and try it again some other point in time. All right, moving on to first attempts. Again, we're just flying through this day, everybody. 27.5 kilos being loaded onto the bar. We're going to be opening up with Julianne Ash, 27.5 kilos, 60.63 pounds. Julianne's coming in, getting ready for a great bench attempt, asking that her feet blocks be moved in just a little bit closer, meaning that she probably has a little bit more of a narrow stance and wants to just have a really good platform to bench off of. Wow. Wow, that was incredibly quick. Love to see it. 3 white lights, lift is good. All right, removing those bench blocks for Carolyn Adams on the 40 kilos, 88.18 pounds. Carolyn getting a handoff over here with the 40 kilos on this first attempt. Really crisp and clean right there for Carolyn on this first attempt. Christine Bush coming in with 52.5 kilos on the bar. 115.74 pounds for Christine Bush. Wendy Clow coming in with 55 kilos on the bar, requesting a precise handoff. A quintessential handoff, some might say, actually. Actually, no one would have said that. But gets a good start command. Pauses it. A little bit slow off the chest right there. 3 white lights, lift is good. So one thing to note when it comes to first attempts is you want to make sure that they look good. And when you move on to second attempts, you want to make sure that they might be a little bit of a struggle, but it's something you could reliably hit. And third's really where you let out all the gas and just go and have fun. Tony Hall coming up next. Tony Hall coming in with 55 kilos. Sinks it down pretty far into her chest. Gets that rack command, and the judges say 3 white lights, lift is good. Kelly Swanson waiting for a handoff. 57.5 pounds being loaded onto the bar. Getting ready to get that start command. You can see the head judge's hand right there. Really quick all the way around. Judges say 3 white lights, lift is good. Gail coming up next. Gail, 159.83 pounds being loaded onto the bar for Gail. Ooh, Swift. Elizabeth. Again, another national record attempt, American record attempt on a first attempt bench. Oh no, Australian. I was just informed, Australian record over here. I say with an absolutely horrid accent, so I'm sorry, everybody. All right, for this Australian national record over here. For all the shrimps on the barbies, I don't know what that even means. Sorry, everybody. Wow. Crispy. That was worth some Australian money right there. This is a record, a personal record for Julianne on this 30-kilo bench press over here. And the judges say, lift is good. Great lift. Moving on to Carolyn Adams, 42.5 kilos being loaded onto the bar. All right, gets a start command for Carolyn. Good control on the way down on that second attempt. A little bit of wibble wobble right there, about a third of the way up. Judges say 2-1, good lift. All right, Christine Bush, 55 kilos on the bar, 121.25 pounds. All right. Judges say lift is good. We think. Yes. Wendy coming in with 57.5 pounds on the second attempt's bench. See what the judges have to say about this second attempt right here. They say it's a great second attempt. Moving on to Kelly Swanson, 60 kilos on the bar, 132.28 pounds. Kelly pushing through on this second. See what the judges have to say. 3 white lights, lift is good. Tony Hall, really long pause command on that one, but gets it. Gets it. Gale coming in with 77.5 kilos on the bar. Gale, down, up. Not quite there. I think it was a butt foul, meaning that her rear end came off the bench. The judges could see light. Moving on to Elizabeth for a national record attempt. I think if we're ready to rock and rumble, Australia is going to feel it all the way from America. All right, this Australian national record over here. That was definitely not Australian, so I'm sorry, everybody. 80 kilos being loaded onto the bar, 176.37 pounds. Not quite there. Take it from her. She can come back and try it again. Julianne Ash coming in with 77.16 for this 72-year-old lifter. Julianne Ash coming in for another great attempt right here. I love seeing Julianne lift today. She's been absolutely rocking and rolling with it. Not quite there for Julianne. That's okay. Love her positivity on it, though. All right, moving on to Carolyn Adams. All right, Carolyn Adams coming in with 45 kilos, 99.21 pounds. Not quite there for Caroline. Christine Bush coming in next. All right, Christine Bush, 57.5 kilos being loaded onto the bar, 126.77 pounds. Gets the press command, gets through it, and the judges say lift is good. 3 white lights on that third attempt. Wendy coming in next, 60 kilos on the bar, 132.28 pounds. Wendy getting this third attempt, getting ready to push through it. Not quite there for Wendy. Kelly Swanson coming in with 62.5 kilos on the bar. Kelly waiting for that start command. Quick all the way down. Pretty good on the way up. You can see her triceps shaking a little bit. Probably had a little bit more, and I could say that she probably could have gone for a 65-kilo attempt. But play it smart, build a total, jump off the platform in excitement. That's some happiness right there. Moving on to Tony Hall with 62.5 kilos on the bar. Tony Hall coming in with a third attempt at 62.5 kilos, 137.79 pounds. Gale coming in with 77.5 kilos on the bar. All right, good start command right there. Great rack on that one from Titania. Everything has been super controlled, so when they get that rack command again, they've just got to be patient at it. And the quicker that you can get locked out and stay patient and get the rack, the faster you'll be able to get in and make sure that everything's good to go. Elizabeth coming in with an Australian national record attempt. All right, let's set one final Australian national bench record today. little bit of a struggle. Looks like our hip shot up. Not quite there for Elizabeth. That's okay. You know what? Gonna come back, get it again. All right, guys. Thank you so much. We're going to be taking a 10-minute break between right now and deadlifts. So go stretch, go to the bathroom, have a great time, and we will see you in a few minutes.
The deadlift is a simple and pure feat of strength. Once the bar is loaded, lifters have 60 seconds to begin the lift. There are no start commands, and you can begin whenever you like. The lifter has to stand up with the bar with their knees locked, hips at full extension, and their shoulders back. Once they do, they'll get a down command and can guide the bar back down to the floor. Easy peasy. There are 2 deadlift styles. In a conventional deadlift, lifters grip the bar outside of their legs, or they grip the bar in between their legs with a wider stance called a sumo deadlift. Each of 3 referees can give a red or a white light, and lifters need any 2 out of 3 white lights or better for a successful lift. There's a few reasons for a missed lift. It's a red card if they didn't stand all the way up with their shoulders back, or if they didn't lock their knees at the finish of the lift. It's a blue card if there is downward movement in the hold bar on their way up, or if they support the bar on their thighs to lever the bar up to lock out, sometimes called hitching or ramping. And it's a yellow card if they lower the bar before receiving a down command, or if they release or slam the bar to the floor, or if they lose balance and take a step by accident. Those are the rules of the deadlift.
Platform is ready for Faith with 50 kilos. Renland coming in with opening deadlifts. Nice, easy, really crisp. All right, Michelle coming in with 80 kilos being loaded onto the bar, 176.37 pounds. This 80 kilo attempt by Michelle is actually going to be sumo deadlift, meaning that her legs are just a little bit wider than they would be conventionally. Her hands are inside of her legs. She stands straight up, holds it for a second, and comes right back down. With deadlift, there is only one command to follow. That is the down command, and that is given after it looks like you've either reached lockout or after the judge feels like you have no more ability to fight. The great thing about deadlift is it is a true show of strength, and the meat, in a lot of people's opinion, doesn't really start until after the first deadlift hits the ground. All right, standing straight up with that, Monica is doing a phenomenal job on the deadlift. Waited for that down command, looks over, gets the 3 white lights. She's rocking and rolling with it. Moving on to Lindsay. John Moving on to Kelly Matthews for deadlift at 107.5 kilos, 237 pounds. Kelly getting set up for her 237-pound deadlift. Kelly locking herself in, getting locked and loaded for her deadlift. Stands straight up with it, sets it right back down. Judges say, 3 white lights lift is good. Michelle coming up next with 120 kilos being loaded onto the bar for this deadlift, 264.55. All right, Michelle setting herself in on deadlift. Michelle stands straight up with that bar. 3 white lights. Lift is good. Moving on to Judith Judy Drenth. Judith coming in with 120 kilos on the bar. Let's go, Judy. Straight up, straight down. There was absolutely no struggle. Textbook opener. Little dancy fancy with it, but you love to see some dancy fancy stuff. All right. Megan Valentine does an absolutely phenomenal job of standing up and locking out with that deadlift. Moving on to Lottie Looney next, 292.11 pounds. All right, getting herself settled in. Now, one thing of note is that all of our lifters are having to utilize pretty much knee-high socks to make sure that if the bar does scrape their shins, scrape along their shins, we are not transferring very much blood or anything to the bar, keeping the bar safe and keeping our lifters safe as well. Christy Rice coming in next with 152.5 kilos on the bar, 336.20. Now, the reason why I bring up the socks is that's one of the most common things that I've seen forgotten when it comes to checking in and powerlifting. It's people forget their socks, or people forget their underwear, or they forget a cotton t-shirt. They remember most everything else. It's just for some weird reason the things that you would wear normally every single day. All right, Christy Rice coming in with her deadlift ready to go. Big ol' smile right there from her. Again, up. A little bit of a struggle right there at the very top, but that's okay. You're allowed to struggle a little bit at the very top. It's a deadlift, 2-to-1, good lift. All right, so we were taking a relift on that one, meaning that there was just a small amount of a break. But coming back in with 77.5 kilos, getting pumped up and ready to go. Smooth, swift, fast. Perfect. Michelle coming in with a 90-kilo deadlift. All right, bar is ready for Monica. 92.5 kilos being loaded onto the bar. All right, lift is good for Monica. Kelly Matthews coming in with 112.5 kilos on the bar, 248.02. I might run that one down, 248. I don't know if the .02 really counts. All right, Kelly Matthews coming with some authority over here, setting up in sumo. Well, isn't that just swell? All right. I don't know why we're still warming up on the platform, but I guess we are. 3 white lights. Lift is good. Michelle Moe coming in with 127.5 kilos on the bar. Now, deadlift is kind of the one where you see people take some crazy big jumps to get to where they want to get to. Nothing wrong with that. It's always interesting to see. All right, bar is ready for Michelle Moe. Stand straight up with it. Rocks back down with it. Judges say 3 white lights go to that lift. All right, Dame Judy Drenth, much like the acclaimed actor by a completely different last name, here to rock out some deadlifts. Three white lights. The lift is good. Megan Valentine coming in next. 132.5 kilos being loaded onto the proverbial bar and the literal bar, actually. For those of you that didn't know, we deadlift with bars. Straight back down. Love it. Love to see it. Moving on to Megan Looney. Lottie Looney. I wonder how many times she was called Looney Tunes in elementary school. Like, the amount of times. Like, the Sarah Connor. Who fought the Terminator? If you ever knew what Sarah Connor and she fought the Terminator all the time. Let's go, Lottie. A little bit of a struggle to kind of lock out there at the very top. Let's see if her legs. Oh, she got her hips through. I think that was a good one. 3 white lights. Lift is good. All right, bar is locked and loaded. For those of you that can't hear, I'm hearing like an EDM version of Back in Black right now, and it's kind of odd. Oh, it's Thunderstruck. Okay, sorry, my bad. I get the names mixed up, but I'm hearing an EDM version of Thunderstruck. I'm sorry. The EDM version of it threw me off. Boom. Stood straight up with it, Faith. I got some faith in what's about to happen. Great third attempt. Coming in for Renland. All right, Renland, let's get a great deadlift going. Michelle coming in with a 90-kilo third attempt over here. Bar is ready for Michelle. Pulling a lot with the low back. Let's see what the judges have to say. She shrugged it up, but that's not against the rules. The judges say 3 white lights, the lift is good. Monica Wall coming in next. 97.5 kilos being loaded onto the bar. Monica. Ooh, a little bit of a shimmy shake on the way up. Gets her hips through, it looks like. Let's see what the judges have to say. Lift is good for Monica. Kelly Matthews coming up next. 115 kilos being loaded on the bar. Kelly Matthews. Setting herself up for success right here. Stand straight up with it. They call that a good lift anywhere that I know. All right, Michelle Moe coming in with 135 kilos being loaded onto the bar. Michelle Moe coming in with 135 kilos on the bar, 297.62 pounds. The lift is good. All right, moving on to an American record attempt for Judy. All right, Judy, let's set an American record right here. Not quite there for Judy. Megan Valentine coming in for the third attempt deadlift, 140 kilos. Come on, Megan Valentine, 140 kilos. Might be a lot of weight, but you're going to make it look like lightweight, as Ronnie Coleman would say. Can't breaks the ground, but can't quite get it all the way up. That's okay. All right, platform is ready for Lottie Looney's third attempt deadlift. Breaks the floor, is gonna fight for it. Come on, come on. Squeeze them glutes. Oh, not quite there. Gets caught just right above the knees and couldn't quite get it the rest of the way. Christy Rice coming in. 162.5 pounds being loaded onto the bar. All right, Christy getting set up. Fights through. It looks like there might be a little bit of lockout, uneven lockout on the knees. Two to one, not quite there on the lift, but that was a really, really good fight. If I had to guess, there might have been a little bit of like inconsistent lockout in the knees on both sides, or it could have been a hip issue. Again, hard to tell from the angles that I'm at. Angela coming back in to start first attempt deadlifts. We are just flying through the day, everybody. There will be a second session for the day. There will be a 2.5 to 3 hour intermission, would be my guess, before we get started on session 2 after our deadlifts are done. But we still have a little bit to party with, to rock with, to be with. Angela coming in with 70 kilos on the bar. Boom. Super easy. All right, Rhonda coming in 72.5 kilos being loaded onto the bar. That's okay. These things happen. We're getting her off safely from the platform. That's why we have spotters and loaders. That's why I try to make sure that everyone stays safe. You can't guarantee everything all the time, but you can do your best. All right, Bridget Weaver, 100 kilos on the bar. Bridget Weaver, making sure that she's going to be set and settled for this 100-kilogram attempt. Bridget Weaver going for first attempt 100 kilos, 220 pounds. Speed is all that deadlift was about. Leslie coming in with 105 kilos on the bar. Wow. Speedy, speedy, speedy on these openers over here. People are making some really interesting calls. I'm excited to see what our third attempt deadlifts end up looking like and how heavy we're going to end up getting today. All right, Lisa, 117.5 kilos, 259.04 pounds on the bar. The lift is great for Lisa. Brenna coming in next, 130 kilos being loaded onto the bar. Brenna, 130. More like, I got nothing. There's nothing clever that I can tie into 130. Just know that it was pretty darn quick. Amanda coming in with 132.5 kilos on the bar, 292.11 pounds. Good. Francis is coming in with 145 kilos on the bar. Wow, straight up with that, Francis. Moving on to Kathy over here with 165 kilos being loaded onto the bar. We might see a 400-pound deadlift today. Lightweight, moving on to Rhonda. Second attempt, 72.5 kilos being loaded onto the bar. Looks like Rhonda is actually going to be timing out right here on this second attempt deadlift. All right, no lift. Moving on to Angela, 77.5 kilos on the bar for the second attempt. Angela getting ready to grip it and rip it over here. Was there even weight on the bar? Because that looked a little bit too quick. All right, Bridget Weaver coming in with 110 kilos on the bar, getting ready to stand up and perform some strength feats. Great job, Bridget. Leslie, 115 kilos being loaded onto the bar. Leslie Maltby coming in, 115 kilos on the bar. Second attempts, moving on through. The lift is good. Lisa coming in at 127.5 kilos on the bar. Not quite there. All right, moving on to Brenna with 137.5 kilos on the bar. Brenna coming in with 137.5 kilos on the bar. All right, Brenna coming in 137.5 kilos on the second. Not quite there. Doesn't fight for it. Let's see if she makes this call on number 3. Again, you can scratch and just not risk yourself. Sometimes that's some smarter thing to do. Amanda coming in with 150 kilos being loaded onto the bar. We're talking 330 solid as heck pounds. Not quite there. Moving on to Francis with 157.5 pounds, 347.33 pounds. All right, Francis coming in with a second attempt. Look at those delts popping out. Gets her hips locked in, loaded. Super nice deadlift right there. All right, Kathy coming in with 175, 385 on this second attempt. All right, bar is ready. Freddie, steady. Kathy going for 175 kilos in sumo. Come on, Kathy. You got to fight for this one. You got to really want it. See what the judges have to say. 3 white lights, lift is good. Moving on to Rhonda for this third attempt. All right, bar is ready for Rhonda. 159.83 pounds is there waiting for Rhonda. Rhonda is timing out, giving her just a little bit more time, and that's okay. Again, nothing wrong with that. Give him some more time, let him get a little bit more of a break. It's all good. Angela, 85 kilos being loaded onto the bar right now. Angela with 85 kilos on a third attempt, making it look like child's play. This should be a big smile from Angela right now, because that was smooth. Bridget Weaver coming in with 117.5 kilos. Bridget walking up to the bar, looking incredibly confident as she pulls this 259. I'm getting some good vibes from over here. Feeling some good vibes in the building today, everybody. What did I say? Made it look like butter. Make it look like cake over here. Easy money. Leslie Maltby, 125 kilograms being loaded onto the bar. 275.58 pounds. Okay. 3 white lights lift is good. Moving on to Lisa Austin with 127.5 kilos on the bar. All right, Lisa coming in for that 127. Makes it to the knees. Once it hits the knees, it was just all the way up. Brenna with 137.5 kilos on the bar, 303 pounds. Bar is loaded and ready to go. 137 is about to be pulled. Come on, didn't quite break the floor on that one for Brenna. All right, platform getting ready for Amanda. 150 kilos being loaded onto the bar. All right, getting ready to pull. Gonna want to fight for this one. Not quite there. Barely breaks the ground. Hamstring tightened up a little. Kathy coming in with 180 kilos on the bar. 396.83 pounds. We're so close to that 400-pound mark. I'd love to see it today. I'd love to see a 400-pound deadlift today. That would make my day so much better. All right, let's go. Oh, looks like there might have been a little bit of dip. Let's see if she can get those hips through. Let's see if I'm just imagining things on this deadlift right here. Not quite there, but she did fight for that one, and that's okay. Francis coming in with a 402-pound deadlift. Oh, I'm so happy. I wanted to see a 400-pound deadlift today. Come on, Francis. Francis is about to come in and show us what it's like to rock and roll all the way through. All right, Francis. Let's get this. Oh, looks like they dropped it down a little bit. Yep, looks like they dropped it down to 396.83. Gonna need a fight for this one. Looks like that. Not quite there. Looks like that left leg almost started to lock out a little bit before anything else. It happens. All right, moving on to Julianne Ash with 75 kilos being loaded onto the bar. 165.35 pounds. All right. Elizabeth coming with a 100-kilo deadlift all the way from Australia. Super, super delicate and easy on that deadlift right there for Elizabeth. Carolyn Adams coming in with 102.5 kilos being loaded onto the bar. All right, Carolyn Adams coming in. Conventional pulling for Carolyn. Conventional Carolyn. I like it. Three white lights lift is good. Christine Bush coming in with 105 kilos being loaded onto the bar. All right, right back down. Three white lights lift is good. Tony Hall coming in with 248 pounds on the bar. All right, the judges say lift is good. Moving on to Wendy. Bars ready and waiting to be pulled right now. 120. Easy weight right there for Wendy. All right, Kelly coming up to the bar with 122.5 kilos. Straight up, straight down. Incredibly textbook, as we've come to expect from Kelly. Gale coming in with 150 as an opening attempt. 330 pounds on a deadlift. Easy opener for Gale. Lift is good. Three white lights. Julianne Ash coming in next. 85 kilos on the bar. This is an all-time PR attempt for Julianne Ash. We get it standing up. We get it set down. Love it. All right, Elizabeth coming up next with 105 kilos being loaded onto the bar. Elizabeth making it look easy, 3 white lights. Bar is ready for Carolyn Adams on this second attempt. All right, good lift for Carolyn. Moving on to Christine Bush, 115 kilos on the bar. Christine's getting her feet set, getting ready to pull 253.53 pounds. Pretty quick and easy right there, Christine. All right, Wendy's up next with 127.5 kilos being loaded onto the bar. Wendy Clow coming to 281.09 pounds on the bar. And that was a pretty smooth looking attempt. 3 white lights lift is good. Tony Hall coming in, going for 281.09 pounds on the bar. Stands straight up with it, sets it back down. She's an old hand. She knows how to make it look good. Making look deadlifts look easy. Wow, getting tripped up over my own words, and it's only 1 o'clock on a Saturday. We're going to have some good times over here. Kelly Swanson getting that deadlift in on these second attempts. 3 white lights lift is good. Gail coming in with 167.5 pounds, 369.27 kilos. 167.5 kilos, 369.27 pounds. Looks like I need some more kilos, everybody. Caffeine and kilos. Yep. Gail drilling her feet into the ground, getting herself ready for this pole. Nice and smooth for Gail, 2-1. That's all that you need. Julianne Ash opening up third attempt deadlifts for herself with another personal record, another huge personal record for the 72-year-old, 192.90 pounds. Julianne approaching the bar, feeling pretty confident in her knee sleeves. Love it in the SBD drip. All right, Julianne, let's see what everyone has to say. 2-1, good lift for Julianne. That's what you need right there. That's how you end a day. Great job, Julianne. Elizabeth coming in with 237 on the bar. Carolyn Adams coming in with 122.5 kilos on the bar, 270.07 pounds. Not quite there. That's okay. Knows when to call it. Wendy Clow coming up next, 132.5 kilos on the bar. $132.5 kilos is going to be ready and waiting for Wendy. Bar is ready for Wendy. She's approaching with extreme confidence. Wendy's fighting for this one. Great fight. Come on, Wendy. 3 white lights lift is good for Wendy. Tony Hall coming in with 292.11 pounds. She is an expert at making these things perfection. Oh, come on, Tony. Don't even know why you're over here worrying about it. 3 white lights. All right, Kelly Swanson coming up. Kelly Swanson gets 3 white lights. The lifts are looking good on these third attempts all over the place. Gale 172.5 kilos on the bar, 380.30 pounds, loaded and ready. Good. All right, Gail. Not quite there. You did a good job. Thank you guys so much. We'll be doing awards here in a little bit, so just be patient with us. If you want to watch awards, there will be an awards waiting room for y'all.